Hello, it's 2 o'clock. So I'm here like I said I would be. So I hope you're doing good. I have here a mimosa in a very old cup and a bundt pan. I wasn't sure what to do during this live, so I thought I would play with my bundt pan and paint it, or we'll see. I don't know. I wanted something to do, whoops, with my hands. I swear I haven't even had any alcohol. I'm already spilling it, jeez. Just a moment, sorry. Anyway, I wanted something to, to do while I was here, but I wasn't sure exactly what. This bundt pan hangs on my wall, and I wanted to decorate it, so that's what I got. If you have any questions or I don't know, anything you want to know, just let me know, and I'll do my best to answer them. This isn't as good as it should be, I'm afraid. I have to admit, I broke into the bottle yesterday because I needed wine for onion soup, because I made onion soup yesterday, and I was like, oh, I guess I need to open my sparkling wine first before Christmas. Oh well. So it's not as fizzy as it should be, unfortunately. Okay, I think I see something, but I need to get closer because I can't read text from over there without my glasses. Ah, Merry Christmas, friend. Well, hello, Merry Christmas, everybody. I suppose I should have worn my glasses so I could read and talk to you at the same time. But anyway, welcome to my kitchen. I'm in the process of decorating it, so yeah. Oh yeah, Travis, I saw your live that you did of that tree that's all decorated. Did you decorate that, or did somebody else decorate that? It was really interesting. Well, hello. It's nice to see that there's people actually here. It's kind of awkward when you're like, I'm gonna go live, and then you're kind of by yourself live. You know what I mean? So it's nice that there's actually people. So I don't know how I'm gonna paint this bundt pan. Oh, I love that tree. It's a Carlsbad tradition. People all contribute. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's why it was kind of wacky and wild and surreal. Got it, okay. That's neat. I haven't seen anything like that around here, so, which is interesting because there's no snow on the ground this year, so I would have thought there'd have been more decorations, but not really. It's very interesting. This bundt pan, I got it in a box, well, one of many boxes from my dad, actually, because he and my aunt had the unenviable task of cleaning out my grandparents' home. Does Canada have Boxing Day after Christmas? Yes, we do. Yep, and we call it Boxing Day too. I get the impression it's called something else in different parts of the world, but that's what we call it here. Yes, they do. Yep, yeah, we do. We have Boxing Day, although it's not like sacred or anything. Like stores are usually open and you know, stuff like that. It's not like a holiday the way that Christmas Day would be, or Christmas Eve even. Anyway, yeah, my dad had the unenviable task of cleaning out my grandparents' home that they'd been living in since the 50s. So I got some interesting objects, like a bundt pan. But I don't know how I'm gonna decorate it, what it's gonna look like. I have some paint, but I don't know. I know, I'm not very committal with these things, if you couldn't tell. So I'm just gonna mask the like ridges, I think, and see. That's actually one of the many things of theirs that I got, because that's where this cup comes from too. I have a set of like 8. Ooh, you're in Australia? Nice. That's cool. Hello everyone. It's nice to see you all. I think there's 8 or 10 of these cups that belong to my grandmother. British Columbia Centennial from 1971. So yeah, I'm drinking out of a cup that's over 50 years old now, and it still works, still a good cup. No, quite honestly, I think everything that, ooh, someone from Brazil, that's cool. I can understand some Portuguese, but very, very little, and if it's spoken slowly, then I can understand it, somewhat anyway, because I have a rudimentary understanding of Spanish, but I admit, it's very rudimentary indeed. In Germany, we say second Christmas Day. Oh, interesting. Second Christmas. I didn't know that. It's a crafty Christmas. Well, I just thought I would have something to do. Like, I'm one of those kind of people. If I don't have something to be doing, then I just kind of sit and panic. That's very much, that's me. Sit and panic. Oh no. It's one of the reasons I started listening to spiritual teachers, quite honestly. So I'm like, how do they stay so calm? There's so much to panic about in the world. I want to feel as relaxed as they apparently are. Jeez. So, any other interesting Christmas, I don't know, traditions or anything you want to ask about? Although I'm probably the last person to really ask about tradition. I don't know. I don't think I'm overly traditional. I think even though I grew up, you know, my dad's family being Italians, they were Catholics. So, but even they didn't go to midnight mass. I think I went to 1 midnight mass in my whole life. Maybe 2. Something like that. So I can't say that I'm overly traditional by nature. if my mother was here, she would say, I don't think I went to church as much as I ever did when we were overseas and visiting over there. Because that's what you do. You go to mass. Hang on. I don't want this tape to rip the paint. I primed this bundt pan in preparation. Let's see. I wish I had more lights. It's hard to see. Well, hello. No, you're not late. I wasn't worried about people, being on time or late. It's Christmas Day, whatever. It's like the one day in the year where we don't have to worry about being, exactly where we're supposed to be. To the minute itineraries, Well, hopefully not anyway. Actually, to be quite honest, I haven't been up very long. I know it's the middle of the day, but I only just got out of bed at like 11 or so because, and that's early for me, because I work nights, so I actually went to bed early in order to be able to get up so that I would be here in a reasonable state for all of you. So I haven't been up very long, quite honestly. I literally got up and was like, oh, whoops. I have to get dressed. Story of my life. Oh, oops. Something I screwed up. Something I forgot. It's 10:12 p.m. Ooh, p.m. Wow. You're ahead. Yeah, normally at this hour, I'm often still in bed until, like, depends on the day, depends if I'm going in to work or not, but I tend to be lazing around in bed at this time of day because I know that I won't have any other time to rest. I feel like that's the main thing I do when I'm not working is resting, because my job owns my life. So yes, it is important to have lazy time. It's especially important now that my kid is older and doesn't want anything to do with me on Christmas, to have that lazy time, right? It's difficult to make straight lines on a curved surface, in case you didn't know. That's what's going on right now. I'm trying to use straight tape on a complex curve. So I don't know how well I'm doing. But we'll see once paint shows up. Ah, a friendly connection with my neighbor. Yeah, well, was mildly sordid, but yes. Yeah, there was a friendly connection last year. I haven't seen him this year. I think I might have passed him once or twice in the hallway, but don't really say anything much. Ooh, New Zealand. Yeah, you would have summer right now. I bet that's really neat. My mom used to ask about that all the time. Wouldn't it be so weird to not have snow on the ground and stuff when it's Christmas? I saw a bunt pen used as a centerpiece. Yeah. Yeah, that would work really well, actually. Mine actually, it hangs. Normally, I'll show you where it goes. Hold on. See, it traditionally would go. I don't know if you can see that. Oh yeah, you can. There's a nail right here. So it just sits there like that. It was my grandmother's. But it's kind of old and rusted, so I'm not going to use it for food. This was hers too. It's a silver. I like the patina on this silver bowl. It's really neat. And it's got like hammered foliage and fruits, it looks like. It's very, very old now. I have lots of ancient things. See these chairs and this table? This was my grandparents' too. That's actually a project I have to do, is fix my chairs, because they've been destroyed over the years by cats, and they should be fixed. My grandparents had the chairs redone for me when I was married, because this was their wedding gift from an uncle. And I remember my grandmother saying, "That table and chairs cost $100 in 1953. And then she said, to get the chairs reupholstered, they were $60 a chair. Think about that. Oh, Essex, that's cool. Hello, Yorkshire, nice. Lots of people in England, that's neat. Wyoming, that's not in England. South Coast, UK. Oh, interesting. Neato. I am in what they would call the North Okanagan of British Columbia. I feel compelled to specify because, well, if you're not from Canada, it might be hard to appreciate that our provinces are so incredibly vast that you can't just say, I'm in British Columbia, because that could mean so many different things in so many different places. Like, wow, you know, when I think about like geography in the US, the states are so small. So you don't have to be so regionally specific, but here it's like, no, if you're in BC, you have to specify if you're in the Lower Mainland, which is where Vancouver would be, or if you're, you know, in the Similkameen, or if you're in the Okanagan, if you're in the Kootenays, if you're in, like, there's all kinds of places, regions. Oh, I see some things have gone by. Lancashire, 4,000 holes in Blackburn, Lancashire. I'm so random. Let's see. Hello. The holes were rather small. They had to count them all. Hope you're enjoying your Christmas. Yeah. I understand. Sometimes wine is, you know, the way to endure. Functionally conscious is just fine with me. I understand. Oh my goodness. That's really neat. There's 30 of you here. I admit there's often spiked coffee as well, like, but that doesn't have to be a Christmas thing. Last time I was at my dad's place was in the summer, and every time I turned around, we were having something to drink. Um, and it was like coffee. Oh, Waco, Texas. That's cool. I admit my only reference for Waco, Texas is the tragedy at Mount Carmel, I think it was called, with the Branch Davidians. I remember that like it was yesterday when it was happening on the news. I'm old enough to remember that. I appreciate there's more that has gone on in Waco, Texas than that, but that's what I immediately think of when I hear it. I have fantastic potential to be interviewed by another YouTuber. Wow, that's interesting. I've always wondered about that, how that would go if I was ever to be that interesting to anybody. It's tricky when you're kind of a quieter, shyer person, like you don't know what people are interested in or what they might want to know, right? Because you're not very outgoing, so you don't share very much. At least I don't. Ah, sherry. I haven't had any sherry that I like to drink, personally. I've only ever enjoyed it in like cooking, like searing mushroom caps in sherry before you stuff them with like a cream cheese stuffing. Oh, that makes them so nice, I gotta say. I've used it a fair bit in cooking, but not just to drink it. So any sherry recommendations, I would be open to trying some. I'm open-minded with that sort of thing. How is my ankle feeling? It's, as far as I know, it's kind of normal, as normal as it's gonna be going forward. Because I broke it in April and had a surgery on May 4th. And I'll always remember that because May the 4th be with me. So it's been some time, but I do have really sore days or periods during the day. Like usually after I've worked a shift and I go to sleep, the next day when I go to like get out of bed, ow, that's sore. I'm not really fond of it. And then I have to kind of hobble like I have a peg leg and, you know, move around for a little while until the joint kind of, I don't know, lubricates itself. I don't know. I don't know what the right word is, but it needs to like warm up before it feels okay again. And same difference if I haven't walked around enough and I've been sitting, it hurts. It's snarly sometimes. But I have a feeling that's just the way it is now. You like a drink occasionally. I see some comments have gone by. Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. That's the way it is. Oh, screwdrivers, yeah, those are nice. I haven't had one of those in a long while, but they're nice. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on your size and metabolism and stuff, how much you can consume. And I argue your heritage a little bit too. Some of us are just built to handle it, you know. What plans have I got? Nothing set in stone, really. I'm just doing this so I have something to do while I'm chatting with you guys. And I don't know, I'm probably gonna catch up on news or something like that afterwards. Not sure. Watching The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. That's an interesting choice for a movie on Christmas. It's like, I don't know, is there a consensus out there that if Die Hard is a Christmas movie? Do people have feelings about that? I know some people really, really do feel that it's Christmas, but some people don't. 5'8", 11 stone. Oh, thank you for converting to pounds, because I don't know how stones work. Have to be careful, too much alcohol, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I will have something good to eat. I have plans. I have butter sitting out warming up for me so I can make cookies. And I've got leftover onion soup that I just made yesterday. And I have, oh yeah, I have plans to have a portobello mushroom burger and some like roasted potato home fries with some bacon and stuff on them. It'll be good. Oh, yay! Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. That's a cool movie. I like that one too. Oh, thank you, Sophie, about my makeup. Super fast. 5 minutes. Yeah, onion soup is super good. Really, really easy to make too. The only thing that's obnoxious, I would say, about onion soup is the caramelizing of the onions. That just takes forever. Takes an hour to just do that step. But once that's done, super fast, and you eat it really quickly after you've done all that. Yeah, Clint Eastwood. My mom likes Clint Eastwood too. Do you watch the... Oh, I haven't seen the King's Christmas speech yet this year. I normally would. And same with the Queen, obviously, when she was still here. I would watch that one for sure too. Yeah, we see it for sure. We're part of the Commonwealth. We see these things. Being in England sounds like it's tricky right now. I've seen it on, spoken about from like English YouTubers, and I'm always like, dang, it sounds like it's really tough right now over there with like all of the governmental shifts and protesters and, all kinds of stuff. I've heard about like London living itself and how there's like crazy like speed regulations and yeah, just rules about where you can drive and when you can drive and how fast you're allowed to go, being like super monitored and strict. Like, it's a lot. Oh, yay, Wallace and Gromit. I haven't seen Wallace and Gromit in so long. I used to have that on video cassette. I had the 3 that they made that were all prior to Chicken Run, I think. It's mad here. Ooh, sloppy joes are good. Oh, Disgusting, discussing how I lost weight. It's kind of funny. I don't mind talking about it, but at the same time, I feel kind of bad because I'm like, I didn't do anything specific. Like I didn't start going, like I didn't go on a keto diet or, start weightlifting or jogging or something like that. I just started to lose weight. It's weird, but it's true. Oh, you have that VHS set? Yeah, I did too. It came in a box. Wallace and Gromit. There were 3 cassettes. I don't know why it had to be on 3 cassettes, but it was. My mom used to love those. That's why she bought them, I remember. She's like, Wallace and Gromit. And she used to make the silly, like, face, like Wallace. Um, Gromit was always my favorite. Wallace was just, he was just the dumb human, you know? Nice. It'd be cool to have a VCR. I couldn't watch those cassettes now if I still had them because I don't have a VCR to play them. Yeah, I've heard that it's just brutal for, yeah, climate change reasons. I think, or they're like, technically that's why we're monitoring your speed and all of that so that we don't burn as much fuel, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, it's London. There's gonna be there's gonna be traffic, you know? Like, come on. Yes. Yeah, the wrong trousers and I forget all the names of those. A close shave, the wrong trousers, and like a grand day out. Is that what those 3 were called? I think so. Yeah, I don't lift weights either. It's a strange feeling in the UK. Oh, just because of those regulations. Oh, and having said, yeah, sorry, cinnamon spice. I didn't mean to just kind of drift off. Um, I, I, okay, I would say the only real change I made to my diet really was I reduced my meat intake. Not necessarily all animal products, like I still had eggs and butter and things like that, but I didn't eat as much meat for a while, and that does make a difference. The lack of fat, especially in red meats, that helps a lot with just shedding loose weight, extra weight. But I didn't really try all that hard either, just because, well, at one time I was, yeah, I all I could do was just eat really bad food. So just stopping doing that in itself was like, it made an impact. The other thing I just cut out, which made a big deal to my process of losing weight, was stopping drinking pop. I used to drink Coke like it was water. um, Keto is difficult without meat. Yeah, it totally is. Yeah. I could never do a keto diet, I don't think, for that reason, because I don't like that much meat and I don't tend to like that much fat. Like, if I had to choose a diet that picked, one extreme or the other, I'd probably prefer something where I didn't have to ignore carbohydrates. Like something like Atkins is absolutely the worst. Like I can't with that because it's like, we need sugar, we need bread, we will die. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, different diets, right? Different people are affected by things super differently. Um, It's interesting. Ooh, you're down 100 pounds. That's really good. And to be down 100 pounds for 8 years is really, really good. Well, some vegetables are, we think of them as vegetables, but they're kind of starchy too, like potatoes, carrots, peas, corn. They're vegetables, but they're kind of junk food vegetables. Fruit, vegetable, and fish. Those sound like good things to have. As a general rule, I remember being on a strict restrictive diet way back when I was in university, and it was like one of those weight loss like plan places where you like go and you get supplements and they give you a strict diet and you have to like log everything that you eat. It was one of those situations, and I had to like explain when I was in university, there were some days where I was there for like 12 hours for lecture and doing all my homework and stuff in the meantime, and I could not focus by the end of the day for my last lecture. And I remember being like, I need more protein. Please let me eat more protein. I will die if I can't. And they were like, okay, we'll let you have extra protein. I'm like, why am I think about it now and go, why did I have to ask permission? That's kind of stupid. Ah, ooh, you like beads? I like beads. I have a stupid amount of beads. I actually made this necklace a long, long time ago with, these are pearls and mother of pearl. It's one of my faves. Whoa, you lost weight on a starch diet. Wow. Yes, potatoes are really like, yeah, satisfying and filling. Hmm, that's cool. My arm keeps sticking to this. I have plastic on the table so that I don't wreck it with paint. Yeah, it's kind of like, just thinking. It's kind of like how pierogies are super satisfying too. Like they're so filling that you don't need to eat very many. And then you're like, okay, full. I think that's the main issue that most of us have with dieting, is that we're used to feeling a certain degree of full before we believe that we're no longer hungry. It's interesting how the psychology goes. I have way too many beads. Oh, you used to sell on Etsy? Wow, good for you. I think I sold maybe one or two things on Etsy a very long time ago, like over a decade ago. It seems far too saturated now, and for those people that I know, like that I've been following for a really long time, who sell beads or like cross stitch patterns or something like that. A lot of people used to be on Etsy and they're not anymore because it's too expensive with all the fees. Apparently the fees are very high. So I don't know how true that is, or they're just, saying that, but kudos to anybody who can sell anything with jewelry related online, because it's a very, very competitive market. Maybe you just needed a chocolate covered cherry. I haven't had one of those in a long time. Oh, okay. eBay is better than Etsy? Interesting, because eBay is kind of old-fashioned. You know, at least to me it is. I'm not saying that that's the truth. I'm just saying it feels so vintage now to go on eBay. But I do have the app. It's on my phone. Yeah, and that niching down thing is really tricky because if you're like me, you get bored really, really fast. As soon as you kind of pigeonhole yourself into something, it's like, ugh, brutal. Now I have to make the same thing over and over and over. Yay, not. That's not my idea of fun. Gotten into trouble for fat shaming friends. Oh, well, thank you, Foxy, for clarifying. Your eBay account is literally 20 years old. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think mine probably is about that age too. Yeah. Yeah, probably 2005. So coming up real close on 20 years. It's interesting. Just last night I was watching the news and they were talking about healthcare for 9/11 first responders being like they were proposing cutting it or something in Congress or the Senate. I can't remember where, who would do that in the US, but I was just like, oh wow, it's been 25 years and we've forgotten about 9/11, haven't we? Yeah, it sounds like. Because cutting that would have been absolute sacrilege at one time when 9/11 just happened. Because I'm old enough, I remember I was 20 when the World Trade Center happened. I remember it well. And to think that a quarter century has passed since, and now we're like, who cares about the injuries that people sustained on 9/11? That happened a long time ago. Just reading. I'm not just staring blindly, I swear. Oh, well, thank you, Carson, 1954. Merry Christmas. And, well, thank you for crediting me with helping people. That's nice. I'm unused to that. I'm just glad that the right people are kind of around and showing up, you know, rather than just trolls that are like, huh, I'm bored. I want to make someone upset. Oh, you were 41 in 2001, probably? That's what I'm taking from that to mean. Yeah, I was just 20. I remember, um, well, I'd just been released from a hospital, and I remember being at an appointment to do with that situation and coming home and it was on TV. And of course, in those days, TVs were not HD or anything. So I remember seeing the terrible like scene of like what looked like debris coming off of one of the towers, and it wasn't, it was people. And I was just like, this is where we are. I don't think I want to be here. It was a bad time. Oh, well, that's nice to hear that I look younger than I am. No, I was 20 in 2001. Yep, I sure was. No, I just remember how like you could not say anything, bad about first responders, and they deserved like top of the line best medical care because, this was a terrorist attack. And now it's like, oh, we have to keep paying for those injuries that you sustained. It's like, oh crap. Wow. Memories can be quite short, I'm afraid. Also, I'm not saying that any of you here are, thinking and feeling that way. I'm just saying that's the sentiment that I gathered from the news, is that people were just kind of forgetful. Ooh, became a New York firefighter. Wow. I hope you're right, DJP, that they don't actually, it doesn't come to pass. It's just kind of what's going on at the moment, and hopefully they come to their senses and go, oh yeah, right, we can't do that. That would be really wrong of us. A corporate board meeting. That's funny. It's funny how and I'm sure you'll always remember that. It seemed like that was one of those events, those world events, where you remember where you are. Um, I seem to remember my both of my parents. They'd be old enough to remember it happening when. Well, they both remember when President Kennedy was assassinated. They were very young, but they are still like old enough to remember it, and how everybody was just like distraught. They both remembered, well, when Robert Kennedy also was killed. I remember them talking about when Elvis died, and the moon landing, and all kinds of events. And I remember thinking, as their kid, like, nothing cool happens in the world anymore. That's what I used to think when I was little. I was like, wow, no really special people are around doing cool things, and you know. Oh, the day Michael Jackson died. Yeah, I remember when Michael Jackson died. I was in a hospital then as well. It seems to me Michael Jackson died, and then like right close, like within a few days, if I'm not mistaken, I remember seeing on the news that I think it was Farrah Fawcett who died right around there as well. That I remember. That was like a big deal, and was on the TVs in the hospital. I remember. Did it snow? No, no, it didn't snow. I think it might be raining a little bit out there, but it's just a light drizzle, if anything. And there's like little old kind of piles of snow that are just kind of pushed into the corner from like cars and stuff driving on them and stuff. But otherwise, the ground is totally clear of snow. I don't know how they're doing up in the mountains because I'm right here in the middle of the city. There might be more snow to be seen up the mountain, which is a little ways out of here, but not very far away. Big Michael Jackson fan. Yes. Well, yeah, I remember when all that went down too. He was supposed to do the This Is It concert. That was the big news. Yeah. Yeah, he was gonna play the O2 Arena, I remember. I remember watching as soon as we could, because I don't remember exactly when This Is It came out. After his passing, it came out not very long afterwards. I remember going to the theater and seeing it. And yeah, it was such an experience. I was like, this is so weird that these events that I'm watching that were being recorded recently are, you know, he's not here anymore. That's so weird. Yeah, it was 2009. It was like 16 years ago now. Man. Which is fascinating because I wish I'd been there. I should have asked my sister about it. My sister is, she's a musician, and so she's got lots of interesting insights and feelings about people in the music industry, like Michael Jackson, right? Like it's interesting to be a fan of somebody like Michael Jackson because it's so complex. It feels kind of like now you have to be like, yeah, I like the music. But you kind of have to, like, you can't just like it. You have to kind of be like, but I acknowledge there's some stuff there that I don't know enough about, and I don't know if he was a good person or not. I don't know. Well, Merry Christmas to Carson. See you later if you gotta go. I get it. What does my sister play? She plays mostly the keyboard. She's a piano player. And she sings as well, and is a band leader and an instructor too. She teaches kids. I would say that's like her main sort of daily job is teaching kids to play piano and making content about that and how kids are crazy sometimes. She can handle it though. She didn't have her own kids, so she's good with other kids. I had a few old pictures of Michael Jackson that were reprinted in magazines because I was, well, am I suppose, too young to have like listened to much before Michael Jackson's solo kind of work in the late 70s. Um, like I was too young to listen to like the Jackson 5 or the Jacksons after that. But my mom was a fan. She really was into it, like Thriller and Off the Wall, those were like her favorite ones, I would say, when those were new. But when I was growing up, in the mid 90s, History came out. And that was kind of the album that got me to kind of reconnect with the Michael Jackson music, really. And that was an interesting time to have that album come out. definitely. Yeah, yeah, my sister did really quite well, I would say. She's made an album. She's raising money now to make her second album because I think the idea is that she wants to have it made um, in a proper recording studio. Um, so she needs, serious money to make that happen. Although I don't necessarily know if that's the case. I just make that assumption because she's like, I need to raise, $100,000. And that's the reason I think so. That's why. It's because studios are not cheap. Donny Osmond and David Cassidy. I've certainly heard of them. And I've heard some of the music for sure. I was not really an Osmond person, even though they would have been kind of before my youth. I'm aware of them though. It's interesting. I used to watch a lot of old TV, so I'm aware of the Osmonds and, the Partridge Family and stuff, even though I'm not old enough to have watched it all when it was new. I even used to watch like really old stuff like the Honeymooners and Jack Benny too, on like Saturdays when there was nothing to do. American Cousin. James Remar. I've not heard of that person. Maybe I've seen him if he was in something popular like a movie or something like that, then maybe I would probably know the face. Kid Creole and the Coconuts. Is that a band? Sounds like a band. Hmm. Popular culture is so strange now, I find. I'm just looking at your comment here, Foxy, that liking older stuff compared to modern day stuff. Yeah, I liked watching, because when I would have been watching something like I Love Lucy or The Honeymooners or Jack Benny or something like that, that would have been at the dawn of like what we know now as reality TV. Like I'm thinking Survivor, those kind of shows that were starting to pop up on TV. And I was just like, that is so incredibly boring, and I don't understand why I would be watching this. So so when there were reruns of like All in the Family or anything like that, I was like, oh, I'll watch that instead. Which was kind of neat because I got to see and make sense of why a lot of things that people of my parents' generation and my grandparents' generation, I could sort of see why they thought certain things and felt certain ways about things based around these popular culture kind of time capsules like that. It's so interesting. Your mom has a cousin in Manitoba. That's cool. I haven't spent any time in Manitoba. I think my parents would have had to drive. Yeah, we would have had to have driven through it when I was like 2 years old. On our way, if I'm not mistaken, they went across Canada that year. I have no memory of the trip or anything like that. I don't have any experience with, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, not really in Ontario either, not very much in Quebec. I've never been to the Maritimes. There's a lot of this country I haven't even seen because it's just so freaking big here. Lucy and Desi. Yeah, I loved Desi. I appreciate he was probably not the greatest person, in the world, but man, he was funny. And he reminded me of my grandfather too. My grandfather wore the same kind of hairstyle, and he was the only kind of older gentleman in my life that he was very graceful about his cigarettes. He did smoke. Nobody else really did. Um, well, except for my gramps, he did very much. But anyway, yeah, my grandfather had that kind of more swarthy Italian complexion. I realized as Aranaz was Cuban, but same kind of coloring though, and the dark pompadour for sure. Pop culture is so deranged. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to think how was that Frank Zappa or Ozzy Osbourne? I can't remember which one it was, but the one who like bit the head off the bat. Um, and that was like this big, huge, like, oh, he bit the head off a bat. Oh my God, this is so controversial. Now it's just like, huh, whatever. Oh, wow. Let's see. Yeah, but well, my dad's dad smoked, but he smoked in kind of an interesting way, shall we say. He had like I would say when he was younger, he had like usually like a cigarette after a meal, and that was kind of it. He didn't just have them very often. The only time I ever saw him smoking like heavily was when we were visiting overseas. When we were in Italy and stuff, he didn't like being there and found it really uncomfortable and boring, quite honestly. So he used to smoke like way more than that. But when he was here, living normal life, yeah, I was like one or two, maybe three cigarettes a day tops on like a heavy day. But normally it was, one. So he didn't have a heart attack. He got very old. He was 96 when he finally did pass away. So, but I appreciate he was lucky. He had good genetics, and he just didn't smoke all that much over the years. So that's why he didn't die as a result of something smoking related, which is cool. My mom's my grandma on my mom's side, her third husband, who I would have known as my gramps, he smoked heavily. So he did. He had COPD and eventually died from that. But he smoked way, way more, like 2, 3 packs a day, not just one. 2 or 3 cigarettes. They were packs. But that was what he did. Oh, it was Ozzy who bit the head. Yeah. Yeah, 96 was it was quite an experience. I remember seeing or hearing that he'd been moved to a care facility because he wasn't doing well at home, and he was an old-fashioned farmer from the old country, and I believe quite firmly that that was what he was expecting. He was expecting to die the way his father died, which was at home. My great-grandfather died in the old country, as they would say, but the difference being he died alone. Nobody was there with him. He was found by a neighbor some time after he had died. He just dropped dead. He was putting on his boots to go out to the field and had a heart attack and was dead. But a lot of people in the family figure that's probably just fine that that happened that way. But my grandfather was just not, he was not dying. Like it was like he was ready to, but he wasn't going. And it was frustrating him. So they moved, when he got the opportunity, they moved him to a convalescent home, really. And he lasted 13 days there and was gone. So it just leads me to think, yeah, it's because he, being at his home was keeping him alive, and he didn't want to be. He was ready. He was ready. I saw a picture of him when they moved him into that convalescent home, and he looked like a different person. And I was like, yeah, we need to go down there and say goodbye. He's got no time left, I can tell. Just by looking at that, that's the end. And yeah, I got my family packed up and we went down, and he died right there when we were saying goodbye to him. So it was a good thing. It was time. Mm. Yeah, I'm glad that we got to say goodbye to, well, at least I did, and my sister unfortunately wasn't there. She was trapped on Vancouver Island and couldn't get to us. But I was there. I was still married back then, so my husband was there and our son was there. Dad was there, his wife was there. The room was full. He wasn't by himself. And yeah, we got to, you know, be there and kind of let him know that we were there. And hopefully he knew that and he could tell or feel it somehow. I don't know, because he was very hard of hearing back then. Like when by the end of his life, he couldn't hear very much at all. Even with the hearing aids that he had, you had to get right up to his ear and be shouting as loudly as you could. Like right now I'm just using my normal speaking voice, but I don't necessarily want to speak as loudly as I can because it echoes a lot in here, but you had to speak as loudly as you could, right close to his ear, in order for him to catch anything that you had to say. It was brutal. So he didn't communicate a lot. So I don't know if he could hear that we were there, but I would like to think that he knew that we were there somehow. Oh, no problem. He passed away in 2021, so it's been a few years now. But you know, to be honest, uh, oh, let's see. Your hearing hasn't been the best. Yeah, my hearing is definitely different. Now, I've been working in a kitchen for 4 years now. Yeah, it's only been like 4 years, but I notice a huge difference because in a kitchen you have lots of like those lots of appliances running all the time, like ovens with big fans and mixers and food processors and microwaves and stuff going on, other, you know, exhaust systems and stuff. Like there's a lot of noise going on all the time, and it's kind of a low frequency noise. So it's hard to hear. I find it very difficult to hear stuff when I'm working. I constantly, if somebody's talking to me, I have to be like, what? Hmm? Because my ears are not as good as they used to be. And that's what happened with my grandfather too, although in a much more extreme way. My grandfather worked in a mine. He was in a smelter and he operated heavy equipment. And when he was doing that, they didn't have any hearing protection at all. So it makes sense that he lost his hearing because they didn't know or care about hearing protection back in those days. My dad, who also worked in the mine briefly before he left, he said that like he remembers some of the equipment that they operated was so incredibly loud that once they got home after work, like after their shift, it would take a solid half an hour for the ringing to stop in their ears. That's how loud the equipment was. And I was just like, that's insane. That's a lot of workers' compensation. Like, it's kind of amazing that people just didn't have anything over their ears. Washington State. I seldom had any hearing difficulty. Yeah, my grandmother, on the other hand, like my grandfather was just super, super deaf, and it was all because of his occupation. Um, because my grandmother, she didn't struggle to hear. She could hear everything. And my grandfather's brother, he also worked in the smelter, but he didn't, as far as I know, he didn't operate the heavy machinery. So his hearing is quite good considering he's in his 80s now. His hearing was not nearly as destroyed as my grandfather's was, that's for sure. And I really do feel like that contributes to your quality of life. Like my grandfather became very depressed at the end of his life because he couldn't hear anybody. And he understood that he was always like, what? Like he understood that that's annoying. And, so he didn't want to do that. But at the same time, he couldn't participate in conversation. And that's really isolating and depressing. Yeah, engine noise. Yeah. That's why my dad's hearing is particularly bad. Even though he didn't work his whole career in the mine, he worked around aircraft. World War II, like Douglas aircraft. My dad used to fix those. And those engines are fiercely loud, too. And he, as far as I know, they had some hearing protection back when he would have been doing that as a younger person in the earlier 70s, kind of, but not nearly as sophisticated a hearing protection as they have today, obviously. And yeah, his hearing is not great either, but he's got good benefits, so he can have the fanciest hearing aids that are out there. I imagine they're very expensive, but they seem to really help his quality of life, that's for sure. They're all Bluetooth compatible and stuff, so like I can talk to him on the phone and he's not like, what? Because it's like piped right in there now. Before that though, you had to like shout, and that's annoying. Yeah, it's a tough job. My grandfather is not alive in his 80s. That's my uncle. Well, my great uncle. That's his brother. He's still alive. He's the last one of that group of siblings. Everybody else has died now. Yeah, making it to 100. I don't think I want to do that. Having seen what it was like for my grandfather to get so close. I actually had another, like a great grandmother by marriage. She wasn't really my great grandmother, but she lived to be 101. And it was largely because her body just didn't know how to shut itself off, I think, because she didn't have her mind anymore. She couldn't do anything. She couldn't take care of herself anymore. And I remember her, from years and years before that, and she was very capable. She was a registered nurse. She was on the ball. So to see her become less and less capable of stuff, that she would have found it undignified, like to need help to go to the bathroom and things like that, which she did by the end of her life. So though it's cool that she lived as long as she did, I'm just like, was it worth it? I don't know. I know that my grandmother she passed away in 2023. It's been just over a year now. She was 89 when she died, and she was more than ready to go. She was not interested anymore, which is kind of too bad. But the reason she was kind of really uninterested in things was because she lost her ability to really stand and walk around and do stuff, and her manual dexterity was not what it was, and she was very, very used to being able to occupy her time with her hands. Like, she loved to knit and crochet and things like that, and so to not have that ability anymore was really, really hard on her. She was not the same after that. I'm just reading as this scrolls up. Sounds like you're talking about going out. UFOs. I've never seen a UFO before. That's for sure. What causes hearing loss? UFOs? What do I think of Trudeau? It's been an interesting experience, because I remember when the pandemic was going on, and all of the insanity that was sort of kind of really beginning to ramp up with the US. I remember thinking, oh, thank goodness we have a reasonable prime minister at the moment, because we elected Trudeau after Stephen Harper, who'd been in for a long time, who was conservative and was just obnoxious I was not happy with Stephen Harper as the prime minister. But when the Conservatives came out of power and the Liberals came in, um, I remember thinking during the pandemic, I'm so glad that we have a reasonable and rational prime minister who, you know, is not lying to us about the gravity of the situation or trying to conceal information or whatever, you know. I mean, I think it's legendary now, the way he was silent for, I forget how long. It was a really long pause, like 10 seconds or something. It felt like an eternity when he was asked about something Trump said. To do with the pandemic. And it seems to me, yeah, I remember Trudeau kind of standing there and I'm like, he's the Prime Minister of Canada. He's got to have known that people in the press are going to ask you about something to do with American response to this, right? Yeah, of course you're going to expect that and anticipate what you're supposed to say. But he just kind of stood there and didn't know what to say because he was just so baffled. And I was like, yeah, that's a very Canadian thing to do. Yeah. Because we were all kind of like that back then. We were like, what is going on here? This is bizarre. Oh, 4:20. I guess, yeah, it's 4:20 for you. It's not yet here. I will probably do that later. Although there's brownies in my freezer that I made. That is something I wondered about making videos about, quite honestly, is the process of baking with THC, because I don't know if it's the same at all in the US, but here cannabis products are legal to buy. There's like, I happen to live in one of the most highly concentrated places. Like there are so many cannabis stores here. There's more cannabis stores than coffee shops, and there are plenty of coffee shops. So you can get baked like edibles, but they're really expensive and they're really not as good as I would like them to be. So I'm working on my own recipes because my goal is to have them taste like they're supposed to taste, like an actual baked dessert, and not kind of weedy, because that's the way the legal baked goods taste, and I don't like them, considering what they cost. It's like $10 for a brownie. I'm like, nah, and they're not even strong enough. Merry Christmas indeed, Boxer 309. I hope your day is going good too, and that you get to watch any and all of the fun movies. Is it illegal in the UK still? I'm surprised, but not really. I know that it's different all over. It's been really a good thing for me anyway, to have it be legalized, because I didn't indulge in it before. But now that it's legal, it's that much easier to access and to try it safely and decide if that's effective or not, or something you're interested in or not. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, in Oregon it would be a common thing too. Yep, people should have the choice for sure. I found having access to cannabis so helpful when I broke my ankle, actually, because I needed surgery, and so I did that. And after the surgery, the doctor prescribed Dilaudid for pain management. And I normally tend to stay away from opioids just because I tend to really enjoy opioids. I have a family history of opioid abuse, so I try and not use those if possible. But breaking a limb, it's kind of an exception to the rule, at least in my book. So I remember I filled the prescription, I took the medication as prescribed without having any leeway with it, and it was terrible. I was crying like a maniac. I was still in pain. It was awful. I had anxiety. Like, it was the worst. And I talked to my psychiatrist about it, he's also like a medical doctor and has experience working with, physical ailments as well, and is well versed in these matters, and said, yeah, it's because the prescription that they gave you was such a low dose that you weren't even really feeling the effects of it, and you were only getting the benefit of like experiencing the shelf life, basically, or the half-life as they call it. And then you were going into withdrawal, and that's why you were having the sweating and the anxiety and the depression and all of this. So I ended up not finishing that prescription because I'm like, that stuff is terrible. I'm like, not even, like, this is awful. I don't want it, but I'm hurting. So I ended up using THC mostly to get through that experience, because good Lord, breaking your ankle is not fun. And it's not painless, that's for sure. So having THC access was very, very good. Interesting. All the weirdos showed up. Yeah, my experience with cannabis was kind of strange, probably different than a lot of people's experience of it. Like, the first time I had any kind of contact with it was way back before it was legal, and it was my high school graduation party. So I was 18 and didn't have any experience with it. I was super square kid, so I indulged in, the biggest badassery that that I, was ever involved in when it came to substances was alcohol and tobacco. Those things I was comfortable with, and I knew how those worked, and opioids too. I knew how those worked. So I remember thinking, well, whatever. I'd had a few drinks at this party, and I was like, well, what could a little bit hurt? Well, my heart started racing. I started to feel like I was going to throw up. And I was told the next day, oh, that had cocaine in it. It was found out that there was cocaine in the cannabis. And I was like, wow, that's awful. That's why I felt so gross. Amazing. Okay, I'm just not going to touch that stuff. And then a few years later, I had some that was again laced, and I didn't know that it was laced with ecstasy. So that was another miserable experience. So when it became legal, I was like, oh great, I could actually try it and actually get to see what THC is like without being bastardized by some other nonsense that I don't want to try, thanks. Yeah, the smell is annoying. I understand completely. I always feel super bad about the smell. I have like certain clothing that I will wear for that purpose. And I always cover my hair, like I wrap my hair with a scarf or I put it in a hood or something so that my hair doesn't stink. And I always wash my hands and brush my teeth super well because I don't like that smell either. And I don't feel good about making other people smell it. So, yeah. Yeah, it could have turned out bad, but I have the constitution of a something. I don't know what. Yep, I am well. I hope you are too. Yeah, I've never tried vaping in a serious way. Um, it seems like a lot of work and a lot of like paraphernalia. I know that's just me being old. I'm just old. Because it seems more convenient and achievable, for me anyway, to just combust in the traditional way. So all I need then is just some paper filters and paper, and that's it. Don't need to worry about a pen and if it's charged and if I have a cartridge for it and blah 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 blah. I don't know if technically, I don't know if vaping is worse than tobacco. I think it might be more appealing because you can get the different flavors and stuff. I think that might be why it could be seen as worse, maybe. But I don't know. I've not had nicotine products in vape form ever. I've never had that before. I've never been a huge tobacco person. I know that I mentioned that earlier that I used to have it when I was in high school and stuff because I thought, that's legal at least. I know that I can have it and I won't, drop dead or something randomly after having had it. Okay, cinnamon spice. I understand time zones are a thing. So you go and have some rest. No, you vaped to give up cigarettes? That's cool. Did you give up the vaping too? Or did you just stick with that instead because it's a bit lighter? I've heard it's kind of a lighter feeling on the chest. Like it doesn't make you feel so, which is probably better. But I don't know. Yeah, chronic pain is the worst. That's why I liked the idea of THC just because with like traditional pain medicines, right? Like you develop a tolerance. So you end up needing more to do the same thing to manage your pain all the time, and that's just the worst situation to be in. I don't know, it obviously it's different everywhere, but here you can buy codeine, which is an opioid as well. You can buy it mixed with acetaminophen, and you can buy it over the counter without a prescription. It's a low dose, what we would call Tylenol 1. And so it's a low dose of codeine, but it's still codeine. And a lot of people struggle with that one. Personally, I did too, just because it's a legal substance. You can just go and buy it. It's not terribly expensive. And yeah, unfortunately, I learned from example on that one. But I don't use that stuff anymore, thankfully. Oh, Merry Christmas from Brazil. That's cool. Yay, cuddles. Oh, nice to see you, Charlie. Go get some rest. See you later. Yes, codeine is very habit forming. It sure is. It's especially terrible when you mix it with alcohol, which is a common practice that I saw for a lot of my life through my elders. And it's not a good place because today you're taking maybe 4 tablets, and in a week you're gonna need like 6. A couple weeks later you're gonna need 8, you know? Before long, a bottle of 250 tablets will last 2 days. Ask how I know. The liver does not like that. The liver did not like that, let's say. Yeah, codeine, it can be a very addictive substance, that's for sure. I appreciate that it's one of those things, right? It's different for everybody. But I know in my case, part of the reason I think I became as tolerant of it as I was is because I saw other people around using that substance. So I saw people behaving a bit crazy with it, and just today, let's see, I don't know, how am I feeling today? I think I'll take 10. 10 seems like a good one. You know, like when you see other people in your family behaving like that with a substance, then you're not as scared of it at all. So, you know, you'll be prone to experimenting too, and, you know, seeing how far you can push the envelope. It's not a good thing to do. In fact, it was one of the first things I was sure to deal with when I left home and was with my, you know, he would have been my boyfriend at that time, but we did get married eventually. When I was in my relationship with him at the very start, I knew that would have to stop because I didn't want to be doing that forever. Because, you know, who wants to be with somebody who is constantly needing to be loaded in order to survive? That's not very much fun at all for another person. So, and it's not very much fun for the person who is in the situation either, but, you know, just saying, that was what motivated me to really fight that one. Be like, okay, you need to not do this anymore. It's not doing anything good. So, but, you know, as habit forming as a substance as it was, I was glad that, you know, it was around like when my ankle was really, really bad. And I did use, like I was saying before, I did use THC to help manage that pain, but it was nice to be able to just, once I could walk, go to the drugstore and, you know, get a bottle of that and use it to help manage the pain. But I had to be very strict with myself and say, okay, you can only take this much and that's it. None of this like, maybe I'll have more because I feel like I should. You know, that's the way that part of the brain likes to work, to get all tricky with us. Be like, you can handle it. You're tough. How was my day? It's been going pretty good. I've been live for a long, long time. I wasn't expecting to be live this long, quite honestly. I thought, oh, people might come, but they might not because it's Christmas. And I don't know if they'll have anything to ask me or if they'll want to converse with me in any way. So I was kind of expecting to be live for, half an hour, maybe an hour, but apparently I've been live for an hour and a half-ish. So this is a lot longer than I was expecting. And it's basically all I've done all day because I woke up only a few hours back because of my crazy work schedule. So my sleep schedule is off. I went to bed early last night at like 1 o'clock in the morning. It wasn't even yesterday, technically. It was today when I went to bed. Yep. Yep, I made like a little post on Facebook too. I'm going live. Well, that was a nice mimosa. All this talking about alcohol. I'm gonna get some water. Just straight water, I promise. Okay, it's not straight water, it's flavored water, but it is water. There's nothing else in it. I don't mind working nights either, in some respects. I'm pretty self-directed as a person, as a general rule, but I'm also really self-directed when I'm working. So not to say that I don't like to ask questions and get guidance on things, because I do, but working alone at night, like when I work at night, it's typically completely alone. Like there's nobody else with me, so I can't have questions. So I gotta figure that all out. Did I try to cook something today? I haven't, because I've only been up since like noon. So no, I've got some butter on the counter warming up for me and a couple of eggs so that I can make cookies. I made onion soup yesterday, so I've got that in the fridge, and I've got some potatoes that I just need to quickly toss around in some oil, and I'll put them in the oven for a bit and roast them. Yep, that's true. It's good to spoil yourself. I do have the intention of making some cookies, I think. It's probably a wise idea just to have them. Even if I don't bake them right away, I'll at least have them in the fridge so I can quickly, that's the cool part of cookies. You can make the dough and shape it and throw it in the fridge or even the freezer, and then when you feel like it, then you just take it out and throw it in the oven. It's nice stuff. Keeps really well. Same with brownies or cheesecake, freezes really well. Or regular cake, muffins, a lot of things actually freeze really well. New Year's traditions. I don't know. The only thing I can think of that I think that they do, but I'm not even really sure, because I live in the West, not the East, is I think they do something at the CN Tower, but that's in Toronto. And I don't live any place close to Toronto, so I've never actually been to see it, or nor do I know if they do anything there, but I think they do, like something to do with New Year's there. Kind of like the way they do in New York with the ball. It's something similar, I think. I think. Because that's our huge, really tall structure here that we have in this country. Mm. And Big Ben in London. What do they do with Big Ben? Do they light it up fancy? I'm trying to remember. Do they do a fireworks show? I think it's something like that, right? I think. I'm just going on memory there. Oh, yes. I actually have cranberries that I like to use. I make like a oatmeal raisin, that's it, cookie. But you can either, if you're like me, you can do a mix of cranberry and raisin, or you can just swap out the raisins entirely for cranberry. And yeah, just use the same base that you would use for an oatmeal raisin or an oatmeal chocolate chip. But instead of the chocolate, you just put in the cranberries. Super good. That's one of my favorite cookies. It's not just a Christmas thing. For me, I love those cookies all the time. I almost like them more, quite honestly, than chocolate chip, which I know is weird. I know a lot of people are like, but chocolate chip, it's the best. And it is. It's a great cookie. Not lying. Not going to disagree. But I think my very favorite is oatmeal raisin, which can be controversial. Fireworks, yeah. Yeah, okay. I thought there was a fireworks show. I wasn't sure. Um, if I'm not mistaken, though, like the fireworks are getting better. Last I remember hearing about a display like that in London, they use more like drones and stuff now, so it's not loud, if I'm not mistaken. I seem to remember like the mayor of London, being put up in lights, and it was drones though. It wasn't like traditional fireworks where there's lots of explosions and noise and stuff, which I think is cool because you can still have the amazing display, but it's not like hurting anyone's ears and freaking out all the dogs and cats everywhere and things like that. That's the worst. Fireworks when you've got animals. Oh my God. Nightmare. No, no, you're probably right. Drones would probably be a bad thing or seen as a bad thing in the American sensibility, probably. Yes, I've heard of that. You have to buy tickets, and they're expensive from what I have heard. I don't know how expensive, but there's a price tag attached. Whereas it seems to me before you could just go there and be there, but now there's money involved, which is kind of too bad. Yeah, it's not great for animals. It's true. I remember one Halloween. It wasn't New Year's, but it was Halloween, and that's another time when people love setting off fireworks. And this was like 20 years ago. I was living in a lady's top floor of an old lady's house when I was first in college, and she had a German Shepherd, and this dog was just beside himself with anxiety, just as a normal like state. This dog was so anxious. I like couldn't believe it. I was like, how is this dog so anxious and how are you not helping it? Like, holy. So when Halloween came, they actually had to tranquilize the poor thing. They had to give him a shot. Like, he was that worked up. So I was just like, whoa, note to self. Dogs really don't like this sort of thing. Got it. Yeah, 3 million people in New York for New Year's. I mean, I've never been to New York, so I can't imagine just the concept of the population there just on a regular basis. Like, so on a special occasion, like New Year's, like, that must be just claustrophobic. I can't even imagine. But again, I've lived in Canada my whole life. We have, like, our population is like a tenth of the American population. So I'm just used to things being a lot more spread out between people. We have a lot more space. We're very lucky that way. Yeah, it's true. I felt so bad for that poor dog. But it also made me wonder because I'd never met a dog that anxious before. I was like, I think there's something else wrong here. Like, it's like when you meet a kid that's particularly difficult in how they behave. Like, it's not, and you just get a sense after a time that's like, okay, you're not just acting out because you're acting out. There's something else wrong here. I don't know enough about things to assess what that could possibly be, but it's like there's something going on here. It was like that with that dog. It's like, what happened to this poor animal? Like, because he is really, really, really worked up, more so than I've ever seen. So, yeah. And I always had cats, and cats don't seem to get as upset about fireworks. Depends on the cat. Some of them get skittish, but I've never had a cat that's that jumpy about fireworks, thankfully. Dogs, it seems to really, really get to dogs. I don't know why. I don't know enough about animals to know why. I just noticed that as a pattern. Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes animals are like people. They just have funny foibles. Yeah, my cat, I had one cat when I was still married. My ex-husband still has the cats. I don't have any cats. But yeah, we had three, and one of them in particular, super, super skittish about thunder and would like growl and stuff about the thunder. And I it's a bit of an issue because in this part of the province where we are now, there's more thunder here and lightning because it's drier here. When we got them, we were living in the lower mainland in like the Vancouver area where it's not dry. It's quite the opposite of dry there. And so they don't get thunder and lightning storms at all, really. It rains a lot, but it's not thunder and lightning. Whereas here, when it rains, it's sporadic and we're much more prone to thunder and lightning. So poor little Victoria, she didn't like that. I think the worst that I had to deal with when it came to cats being scared was, yeah, my very first cat that I had as an adult, not my very first cat ever. My parents would have had that cat. Um, but as an adult, the first cat that we had, he when things like that were happening, like fireworks and things like that, he didn't do anything. He would just go and hide. He would just go under the bed or under the couch or something like that so he would feel safe. And we would just let him be there, and that seemed to be enough for him, thankfully. We didn't need to give him any medicine, thankfully, because it gets dangerous really fast when you're trying to tranquilize an animal like a dog or a cat. Things can go wrong pretty quickly. And people are animals too. It's true. We are. I know we like to think that we're not, but it's all the same, quite honestly. Yeah, I sure miss my cats. I think the worst thing that uh, that was one of the worst times, I would have to say, during when I was still married, was losing our cat. You go and hide. I only get nervous of lightning when it's like really close and I can see it kind of wanting to touch something like a tree or a building even. I'm just like, I don't like that. That makes me uncomfortable. But I can't say that I'm generally all that scared of it, but yeah, putting poor Major down, that was the worst. It was the right thing to do, but yeah, that was a bummer. Inside the couch, oh my goodness. I've had that happen to me too. After we put down our first cat, because he was old and he had cancer and we had no choice, we put him to sleep. And the person who was renting the basement, where we were renting the top floor and somebody else was renting the basement. Well, she had a cat that had not been spayed, and this cat, over the course of the time we lived there, had like 3 litters. And so when our cat died, a new litter had happened to be born of 3 cats. And of course, me being me, I was like, I can't pick just one. There's only 3. We need to take them all. You know, it would have been different if there were like 6, but I was like, there's 3. We can take all of them. And my husband at the time, he was like, yeah, they're all too cute, aren't they? Fine. So that's how come we ended up with 3. But anyway, when we brought those new kitties upstairs, they did that. They actually, because their claws are sharp, they actually destroyed the couch that we had. They actually made a big hole underneath and climbed inside it. And it freaked me out so fierce because I was looking for them. I was calling for them, like, babies, where are you? Because I hadn't seen them in a long time and I couldn't hear them and they were still really little. So I was trying to keep an eye on them and make sure they were okay and that they weren't scared or lost or something. And I remember kind of sitting down on the couch and noticing that it was kind of wiggling. I was like, what is going on with the couch? What is that? And I just thought, oh, I'm just imagining things, whatever. And then so I went about my business. And a couple minutes later, I saw the couch cushions moving again. And I'm like, okay, this is super weird. What is going on? So I kind of pushed on it a little and I heard a little eh. I was like, there's cats inside this couch. Oh my God. Wow. So that was interesting to figure out. But that was their little hidey hole because they were nervous. They were scared. They were little babies. Oh, cats are amazing. Cats are crazy in how they can fit any place, no matter how big they are. It's so crazy. And they can even make themselves heavier somehow. Like, I remember bringing, the odd time we had to bring Major in for his, vet stuff every now and again over the years. That he was a pretty sturdy cat. He was around 13 pounds or so. And man, though, he could feel like he was 25 pounds because he would just make himself so heavy. He was just like on the counters and stuff like that. Like in the vet's office, he would just plant himself and he was just like dead weight. He was so heavy. It was incredible. When he was at home, it was not like that, but when he wasn't happy, he was heavy. If it fits, they sits. It's true. But Major was actually what I would consider a small cat now, after having had this most recent litter of cats. There's 3 of them. There's Henry, he's the biggest of the 3. And he's gotta be He's at least 17 pounds. He's big. He's a big cat. And I remember seeing the tomcat who was his father in the neighborhood where we adopted them from, and I'm like, oh wow. That's a big, huge cat. No wonder this guy is huge. Okay, got it. And then Sophia was kind of the middle cat, and she's sturdy though. She's probably 10 or 11 pounds. And then little Victoria, she's a little tabby girl. She's probably 6 or 7 pounds. She's little. She was the littlest. Yeah, St. Bernards are huge. St. Bernards are big dogs, that's for sure. Yeah, sounds like you have similar sized cats, Erin. 18 pounds, 6 pounds, yeah. Yeah, they can range quite a bit. It depends on who their mom is, I think, and who their dad was. Yes, I have listened to the Stray Cats a little bit. Happy Boxing Day. Not yet here. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon here, so. Yeah, some cats are just huge. My mom has a cat, and she's like huge too. She's probably a similar size to Henry. She's probably, yeah, like 18-ish pounds. Great big cat. Holy smokes. No, I couldn't imagine having a dog that big. I've never actually had a dog of my own, but I couldn't imagine having one that big. You'd need so much space. I don't know how people do it without like acreage or something like that for the dog to get enough exercise and live a good life, you know? A friend in BC who breeds St. Bernards. Oh, that's cool. I'm more of a adoption person, personally. That I know that's just, that's personal taste, but that's sort of my thing. I'm less inclined to buy from a breeder. They cost a lot of money. And there's so many kitty cats that don't have any place to live. Yeah, and thinking about the weight, like 170 pound, 75 pound, like English lab, an English lab. I've never heard of an English lab. So it's not like a black lab or a chocolate lab or something like that. It's a different type of Labrador, I guess. But can you imagine like the amount of food a dog that size would need to just be healthy? Like, holy, they would need as much as a human being, I would think, at that kind of size. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Coral. Go and get some rest. I mean, Labradors are big dogs. As far as I, know about dogs. I'm certainly not a dog breed expert by any means, but they're big. Yeah, my dad has dogs. Now that he and my mom aren't married, I noticed that happened right away after they split up. Dog. My mom has the cats. Yeah, some dogs are super tiny, right? My dad, I don't know how big their dogs are. I think, well, what breed are they? I think they're Maltipoo. They're like a poodle crossed with a Maltese or something. I forget exactly, but something like that. So they don't shed like a typical dog, and their fur is really curly. Um, but they don't get very big, kind of medium size. So I think they're older dogs. She's full grown now. I think she's probably almost 10 pounds, probably. Like she's not a very big dog. Night, night. I don't know about their younger dog because I don't think she's fully grown yet. So I don't know how big she is, like how much she weighs at the moment, but I think she's almost halfway though. I think she's close to full, which is kind of cool. Dogs are so different though. I don't know if I could ever have one of my own. I like dogs, but I tend to like them when they're other people's dogs because they get to do all of the hard stuff that I don't, like walking them and cleaning up after them and getting them groomed and all that stuff. My hairdresser actually has a dog. She's got a shepherd, and she sometimes brings him in to work, so I get to see the dog when she's doing my hair. And man, he's big, and he's got like I asked her about grooming him. I'm like, it must be a fortune because his fur is pretty long. And she said that she does it herself, and she said it's kind of like doing an entire car of hair rather than just like a head of hair. Because being a hairdresser, she's used to dealing with hair. Um, but she said it's different. You need like a table for doing a dog yourself. I'm like, is it cost effective or would it be better to just go to a groomer? I don't know. But I realize it's personal. Can't have a dog. Yeah, I'm not allowed to have any animals either in this building, unfortunately. I would definitely have a cat if I was allowed to. I would have at least one, probably two, because then they can keep each other company. Yeah, yeah, it sounds like we're on the same page here. I like dogs for sure, but I don't know if I would want one for myself because I don't think I would. I just know that I get tired and lazy and I don't go on enough walks as it is, so I don't think I would be all that great for a dog in that regard because they do need to be walked to be healthy and happy. So don't want to don't want to not have them be healthy and happy. So whereas cats, they play lots when they're little and then they sleep a lot. They sleep a lot, especially when they get older. Well, welcome back, VW. Yeah, dogs are an interesting idea. My mom used to actually breed dogs. She used to breed English Cocker Spaniels a long, long, long time ago. Oh, good night, DJP. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. And yeah, get some rest. I hope it's good rest. Yeah, for sure. I remember my very first cat, my ex husband gave him to me when we were not yet married. Major was my birthday gift when I turned 23. I remember thinking, oh, this is so responsible, because when my mom was 23, she was having me. But when I was 23, I wasn't having a human child. I was having an animal child. I felt like that was so much more responsible and thoughtful. And he was a good friend. Like, I remember when I got him as a gift, it was only about a month or so before my boyfriend at the time had to go away for military training for the summer, as you do when you're in the reserves in Canada. And so he was going to be away for about 4 months that year. And I was dreading this. And I was like, I need something to like look after and do and stuff, and I'll be so lonesome. So we adopted a cat. That's how we ended up with our very first cat. Was because I was like, I'm gonna be by myself. He was a good friend, that boy. He was a challenging cat though, because he was adopted from a shelter and he was an adult. So all of the bad habits that he had developed from a troubled past being on the street, that just stayed like that forever. And we had him for 13 years. We had him. So we had him for a long time. And we had to deal with his strange ideas about food. I would say that was the worst. Your first cat has the same origins. Yeah, we found out when we went to the SPCA to look at cats. It was my birthday gift. So my birthday happens to be in March, and I remember going to the shelter at that time. And they actually said, like, if you wait a few months, there'll be kittens. Like, wait until, like, further into spring, summer, there'll be, like, younger cats to adopt, because every cat they had in there was grown. And I was like, well, but the grown cats need somewhere to go, so I don't want to wait. So that's how come we ended up with an adult cat. But yeah, we found out from them that he was rescued from a KFC dumpster. So we had to eat fried chicken minimally. And if anybody, like, I had a brother-in-law back then who was a KFC psycho. He every time I saw the man, he was eating KFC, it seemed. And he would bring it with him to our place. And I'm like, okay, but Major is insane over that stuff. He will eat it, and then he will make himself sick, because that's one of those things about him. So, like, can you not bring your fried chicken over? Like, I don't care that you eat it, but, like, can you, like, eat it before, please? Because that's what happened one night. He brought his fried chicken. I wasn't paying attention to it, and all of a sudden I heard I heard a funny noise, and I looked over at the table. It was this table, actually. And I noticed that the paper bag from KFC was kind of positioned differently. And I was like, where's the cat? Where is he? Well, he had run to, like, a corner. And somehow he'd gotten into this paper bag, and he got, like, a big chicken bone from, I guess it must have been a leg. And he had it in his mouth, and it looked like a bone, like a dog bone, but it was smaller, obviously, because he was a cat. And I was just like, give me that bone back, ooh. And he was like, mine. I was like, you're not supposed to eat that stuff. You will make yourself ill. It's greasy. So, Yeah, that was why they started calling Major Ninja, because he was all black. He was a black cat, and he was apparently a really good thief. Like he got that chicken, and we didn't hear the bag. I just happened to notice it was kind of a different position. But it made sense that he was like that. He was a stray. We don't know what happened to him before that in his life, but he was found as a stray in a dumpster. So I'm guessing that was what he lived on quite a bit, I would think, until we got him, and we fed him cat food from there on out. But we had to feed him special food. We had to get him like wet food, because he couldn't eat the dry stuff. If he ate the dry stuff, he would get sick, because he would just eat it like a crazy person, like, and not chew it, and so it would immediately come back up, and it was really gross. And the vet was like, yeah, you just have a spaz cat who doesn't know how to eat, so you have to feed him wet stuff. Sorry. And I was like, well, so long as it stays in his stomach, that's what I care about. So that's how we dealt with him, but we had to deal with that for his whole entire lifespan. Ah, Merry Christmas, Robert. I am blown away that there's still people here. I really didn't think listening to little old me prattle on would be this interesting. Hmm. Now I wonder. I think I'll use yellow. That might be fun. I taped as many louvers as I could on this bunt pan for the first round here. That's why I've kind of been just chatting. It's not gonna work the way I want it to. Are you gonna stick? Stick, please. Yeah, I don't mind, actually. I've been having a nice relaxing time, quite honestly. I'm sure that I'll hear from my dad later. He's always got hectic Christmas stories, and I'm exhausted just listening to his stories. Like, I didn't even participate, and I'm just like, wow, I don't think I want to do that. Bearing in mind, of course, my dad's always been more an outgoing person, so he's happy when lots and lots and lots of people are around. Whereas me, no. I find it draining and stressful after a while. Obviously, for a time is fine, but not for hours and hours. Okay, you're not quite right. Ah, gotcha. Masking. I'm gonna go get a little scrap of cardboard to put some paint on, like a palette. Hang on. Okay, here we are. This is how I roll when I do these kinds of things. I just kind of grab garbage and use it. Now, what fits well? This one will fit well. I hope you're all doing okay being on your own. I'm managing fine, I think. I'm just used to this though. Well, that wasn't very much paint because I'm already blasted through it. That's true. That's that's one of the things I don't feel very alone right now, because I know that, yeah, you people are seeing me, so I don't feel very lonely. I have the odd moment here and there, but nothing crazy. Oh, you celebrate Christmas on Christmas Eve. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's a German tradition to do the whole thing on Christmas Eve, the presents and everything else. What am I gonna do with the bundt pan? It's just a decoration. It doesn't have a real purpose. It's gonna hang on the wall. It actually hangs on this wall back here. I just took it off its nail because I thought, hey, that's something I could do if I wanted while I'm talking. Although I kind of didn't do very much with it because I was busy prattling. What's up for New Year's? Oh, goodness. I don't know. Depending how I feel, I suppose, that day, I will I'll probably use the opportunity to go to get white wine again so I can make more onion soup and have a glass of wine with it. That's the thing. I don't tend to have bottles of wine just laying around. My dad always does. But he lives in wine country where there's just wine everywhere. So when there's an occasion to buy wine, that's when I do all of my wine cooking. Otherwise it would just sit there and never get drank. take to the stride of having a New Year's walk. Makes sense. You do a lot of striding when you walk. And yeah, I find I feel people's stuff a lot too. And that's another reason why I like having a lot of space that way, because I don't want to necessarily be adversely impacted. Like, for a brief time during the summer, I had to fall back on my original trade, which is hairdressing. And touching people and feeling that was so stressful because I hadn't done it in many years. So to jump back in and be doing it again, I was like, whoa, I don't like this. I really don't like this. Because some people just have this terrible feeling about them. Like their electrical field around them, you're just like, I don't want to touch that. Nope, nope, don't like it. Other people is totally fine. Most people is totally fine. But there's the odd person member of the public that walks in and I'm just like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to touch you. You give me bad energy. Yeah, for sure. I imagine a winery would be pretty generous and give you, yeah, a case or two. That seems fair. It's a huge business, especially around these parts. Wow. My dad always tells me about working in like tasting rooms and stuff because he has done that. And these places are very expensive and elaborate. So it seems like they could afford a case or two as a gift for someone who helps them do an important part of their business, like getting their goods to market. Ah, you like beer. My sister likes beer. She's more into beer than I would be. I don't like beer, unless it's in it's got to be in something. I really like using beer as a liquid when making pizza dough. It works really well for that because that yeasty flavor really adds and is nice for pizza dough. It's not mandatory, of course, but if you have like an extra can of near beer, just grocery store nonsense beer, like it's not good beer. It has a good flavor for dough. Oh yeah, sangria was good. I remember learning how to make sangria in Spain. It's really, really easy. Yeah, yeah, those places are expensive for sure. But it sounds like they give you a reasonable gift once a year, hopefully more than once a year, but once a year. It's too bad they won't give you like a discount or something like that for being a worker. I know that that's kind of standard where in my kind of area, like when you're in food service, normally you're allowed to kind of eat When I worked in the cafe, I was, I would normally would eat like the mistakes and stuff because it was otherwise just gonna go to waste. So I would eat that or make something good for myself. We were allowed to make something good. And same with where I work now, I eat kind of the extra muffin or two that I might make. Well, hello, John Higginbottom. I think that's how you say your name. Oh, well, thank you for liking my makeup. It was super, super fast makeup, nothing fancy. New Year's resolutions? Man, not really. I'm usually one of those people that as soon as I say I'm gonna do whatever, then it just immediately gets too much and it never happens. So I don't like to stand there on the 31st of December and say, I'm not gonna eat this thing or I'm gonna start doing this other thing because it's probably less likely to happen. I don't know. Oh, the Christmas lights. That's in the kind of other half of the room. Right now we're facing the kitchen. So that's why. The lights are, well, I suppose I could turn this around so you can see them. There's one of the windows. There we go. Hello. There you go. That's the lights that you see normally. Way over there. Those are my silly lights. Go. Oh, this is a lovely new channel. Well, thank you. It's actually been around for a little while. I think this channel, I started it like in 2006 or so, something like that, when YouTube was new. Yes, sometimes empathy can be a problem. It's true. I think harnessing that and just knowing that what you need is always drawn to you, and to not give too much of your energy to a situation that's really not worthy of it, and learning how to discern what those situations are. That's the challenge, I think. I don't have an easel. I used to. There used to be a couple, actually. There was a small one and a large one, but I don't know whatever happened to them. I think they got lost at some point when one of the times I had to move over the years. So I don't anymore. And I don't paint often enough anyway to really make it worth my while, so. Yeah, most of the things I paint are this kind of stuff. It's like 3D, not on a canvas. Let's see, how dry are you? Not very. Okay, I'll just let you dry for a little bit. Oh, you ate everything you shouldn't have. That's all right. Not a problem. It's only one day of the year. The trick is to not do it the next day and the next day and the next day. At least if you're me, that's the big challenge. Ah, yes. Empathy can be a blessing and a curse. Lots of things are blessing and curse at the same time. I'm gonna try and say it. Anisha na be. I think that's how you're supposed to say that. Yeah. My mom's family, there's indigenous heritage too, so I am sensitive to that. I haven't read much into the Myers-Briggs stuff, but I do remember taking the test when I was in high school, and I was one of two people in the group who took the test, and I got INTJ. I'm trying to remember what that means. Introverted. I know that the N actually starts with an I, the word itself. I can't remember. But the T is, I think, thinking, and the J is judging, or something like that. Intuitive might be the N, but because they didn't want it to be I, that's why they put it N, I think. Intuitive, okay, yeah. That's what I was rated as. I don't know. That might make sense, but I don't know enough about it. I didn't study very much psychology either when I got out of high school. So I think INFJ, I think those are like the most rare or something. I'm not sure though. It's kind of harsh having judging be your kind of in your personality type. Like, ooh, I don't consider myself to be super, judgy of people. I try not to be. I very consciously try not to be, quite honestly, because I don't know. Nobody wants to be around someone who's just constantly like, right? I don't want that. Oh, well, thank you. Well, thank you for the new letters for the for the acronym. Oh, it's not an acronym because it's not a word, but you know. Mm. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm glad that more and more people are learning like indigenous teachings and ways of handling medical things, like different medicine. I think that's a really cool thing because the only like knowledge I have about the indigenous stuff in my own family is quite limited and removed because everybody who was indigenous married outside, like they married white people. That was like really, really, apparently really encouraged. So My great grandmother, she, as far as I know, was the last one in our side of the family who she and her siblings would have spoken Mohawk. They would have known how. But I don't believe my grandma, who was great grandma's only child, I don't think grandma knows any of the language. But great grandma knew French fluently and was very, very, it was important to her that we all learned French and English. Like, she really didn't care about us knowing the indigenous language. Like, she was very much pro British European, and I think that was just because she would have been in that prime time of when these things were meant to be hidden from people, because a lot of Mohawks were able to pass as white. I know my great grandmother did, and that's why she didn't really talk about any of the culture, really, which is kind of strange because she wasn't like ashamed of her heritage, but at the same time she didn't want to really connect with it or engage with it or teach us about it at all. It's kind of interesting. She was always more interested in learning about like my dad's family, because she was on my mom's side, so my dad's family being from Europe, like she was more interested in like learning about their culture and their language and things like that, when I don't know, I think that was just something she learned to adapt and to sort of fit into society a little easier. I don't know. If she was still around, I would ask her about it, but she's not. She died 20, well, yeah, it'll be 28 years this year that she died. Yeah. So these are the things I think of now that I'm that much older to ask, but I can't really ask her. Yeah, the residential school thing is a lot. Because when I was growing up, we didn't learn about residential schools. I didn't know that was a thing that happened in this country. No idea. Because that's not something that was ever talked about, either by like my indigenous family or the school system. Nobody talked about that. And I had no idea about even a teeny tiny bit of the atrocities that were committed. It's insane. And they're still finding mass graves and things like that as a result of the residential school system. Like, so many of us did not learn about this stuff. My kid, who's now in high school, he spent his entire time in school learning all about this. And, for him, it was always kind of brutal because he would come home and be super down and, like, depressed about it because it was, we had to learn about Indigenous culture today and all of the atrocities. And I'm like, yeah, it's heavy. I imagine it would have been like that, probably still is like that if you're learning about German history in World War II kind of era history. Not great times, but it's important to know. Indigenous to Massachusetts. Okay. Yeah, my family's Indigenous connections are to the east in Canada, so not as far from Massachusetts as here. Is it me you're talking to? I reminded you of a bad novel that was good? I don't know if that's flattering or not, or I'm not sure. Now I'm just thinking about, yeah, I don't know. My grandma would probably know. I'd be surprised if she didn't know about great grandma's education and if she was actually ever in a residential school. I don't know. She would have been the perfect age for that, but as far as I know, she didn't get taken from her family. Like she always was at home with her own. Like she wasn't taken into some weird other institution or something like that. But I don't know. It never occurred to me to ask her when she was still around, because I didn't know about residential schools back in those days, so I didn't ask. People wrote bad checks to pay for the book. Wow. That's no good. Writing bad checks is not great. Let's see. Are you dry? Yes. It's fabulous. Let's put another coat on. Yep, I'm having a good day so far. It's quiet and calm, but you know, that is perfect as far as I'm concerned. I hope you all are having a good Christmas day. I feel like I haven't really mentioned that all that much, considering considering it is Christmas Day. gotta wait for that to dry. There we go. And then I'll see how the masking did. Hopefully it worked. Well, I've been live for 172 minutes, almost. That's a long time. Thanks for all the hearts. Ooh, I'm getting party hats and hearts. That's nice. Considering I'm not having a party. It's gotten dark since we've been together. It was still light when I first started. Now it's almost 5 o'clock and there's no light anymore out there. It's gone. So, I don't know, I feel like I should posit the question. Do you guys like the idea of lives happening? I know this was kind of a last minute, because it's Christmas time, reason to go for this, but I know there's plenty of YouTubers out there who have regular live videos that they put out. So if that's of interest to anybody, because you want me to, like, I don't know, answer questions, talk more about something else, then we could do this on a more regular basis. I would just need to know if that's something you would be interested in, and then I would consider doing it. Do I enjoy poetry? I actually have a degree in poetry and poetics from the University of Victoria, my undergrad. So yes, I like it. I've written lots of it. I've read lots of it. I've analyzed a lot of it. I've met a lot of poets. So yeah, I could say that I know something about it. You would join another live, Erin? That's cool. Good to know. Yeah, I can put it up as a poll again or something like that. See what people think. And yeah, it would be fine. I this time has been super casual, where I don't really have anything that I'm doing. I've just been kind of periodically touching my bunt pen, but I'm happy to do something that's got a little more substance to it. More lives. Oh, you want like me to read a poem? What poem would I read? Would it be one of mine, or would it be something else, somebody else's work? 'Cause either is fine. Although if it was somebody else's work, then I would feel compelled to like read it and really break it down. I don't know. I don't want to necessarily get too academic either, because that's kind of boring. Or maybe it isn't. I don't know. Depends who you are. Something Robin Williams would like. I don't know what kind of poetry Robin Williams would have liked. I imagine he liked a lot of stuff, actually. but I don't know. I didn't know Robin Williams, but I would have guessed. Oh, Dorianne Locks. I actually have a book about writing poetry that she and another person put together some time ago, interestingly. Oh, Raymond Carver. Yeah, I forgot about Raymond Carver. I actually have a cool collection that came in a book that I bought many, many years back. And it's got a few CDs in it that came with it that are original recordings of the poets reading their work. There's people in there like Lord Tennyson on one of the very first phonograph recordings that they managed to find and put onto CD. Sylvia Plath, HD, Ezra Pound. There's lots of different voice recordings in there. It's really neat to hear the original. The only problem is I don't have a CD player anymore, so I can't play the format, which sucks. I can play records, but I can't play CDs or cassettes anymore, which is too bad because those CDs were cool. The Carol. I think I've bumped into that poem. Probably. Oh, okay. Okay, the biography of Raymond Carver. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I haven't worked much with that in a long, long time because I graduated 15, 16, 16 years ago. And life has been very crazy since then. Well, hello, Princess Blackie. But you had your cats with you. Yeah, I get it. I would have had my cats with me too if I was allowed to have cats. I would have cats. I have no problem with, being the crazy cat lady. That's totally okay with me. I'm just not allowed in this building. Otherwise I would. Oh, you would send me the biography. That's cool. I have so many books that I've yet to get through. It's ridiculous. It's not that I don't enjoy reading, it's just that a lot of times I need to just zone out. You're from Austin, Texas. That's cool. Hello, hello. You don't have to be crazy to love cats. That's all good. I was just saying that in a silly way. I don't think that there should be this mean stereotype about cat people. Thankfully, lots of cat guys, cat men, cat dads have, come out of the woodwork too. So it's a good thing. Merry Christmas from, I see you're from the UK. I am here in Canada, so. Yeah, it does sound like an interesting idea to read that book. That was one of the concepts I was thinking about when I was trying to come up with an idea for how to reboot this channel, because as I mentioned before at some point, that, if you go and look, this channel was started in, like 2006. So it's been around since like the dawn of YouTube, pretty much, but it never really went any place. So when I was trying to think of ways of resurrecting it, I was like, could I, should I be one of those channels that reads books and comments on them? I don't know. then I was like, I don't know if I want to read that much. I like reading, but sometimes a lot of times I need to just sit and like stare at like cross stitch or beads or something rather than reading words. So that's why I didn't ultimately do it. But if people were interested in it, then it would get me back into the discipline of reading the way I should. Well, hello, Gia. I think that's how you say your name. Yes, it's been a while that I've been on. My phone's battery is still doing reasonably well, but but it is lower. Well, I'm glad you like subscribed after running across a video. That's cool. It's been an interesting experience, let's say, the past couple of weeks, because I spent, as I said, since 2006, I would try and make videos that maybe might get traction, but I realize now with all of the retrospect, because 2006 is a long time ago now, I can kind of be like, oh, that's why it didn't catch on, is because those videos sucked, and I lacked, and continue to lack, camera skills. So that's why those videos didn't take off. Duh. Yep, I have a lot of books. I didn't think about it until I was leaving my married life, quite honestly, and moving here. I was like, hey, I didn't appreciate that all the books in our house were mine. Because they are, and they're all coming with me to this little apartment. Wow, that's a lot of books. Okay. Good to know. So it sounds like you would be interested in me like reading a book and talking about it. I've seen that there's lots of channels now of people that are sometimes younger than me, sometimes older than me, sometimes the same age as me, but this kind of demographic who that's what you do. You read books and offer commentary, and I've always been shy about commentary when it comes to popular culture or politics or anything like that because it's so polarizing and the internet's wacky. Wacky things can happen. So I always get nervous. Oh, and you are a recent subscriber, Foxy. That's cool. Yeah, I'm hopeful that, before too long, the channel will be something that helps anyway sustain my income. That's one of the goals that I have with it is that because if you know anything about me from previous videos or if I was mentioning it earlier today right now in this live, having broken my ankle, I really can't be a baker as a profession for the rest of my life because I'm 43. And so that means I probably have a solid 25 years or so of working life ahead of me. And one, you don't get anywhere in the food service business unless you own the business. And there's a lot of burnout associated with that, which is a deterrent for me. And having a broken ankle, I have like an officially clubbed foot now, so it gets very painful to stand and run around a kitchen now. So I don't want to be doing it forever, and I want to find other ways of, supporting myself. So that's the goal. Yeah, exactly. Polarizing politics. It's so hard, especially I know because you're from Texas, because you mentioned being in Texas. It's super hard because of the American political scene being the way it is at the moment. It's hard when you're not American. Um, like just last night, I watched a CBC top 5 newsmakers, like the top 5 newsmakers of Canadian news on the CBC, which is like our broadcast, network that we have here. The way in England, they have the BBC, right? We have the CBC. So they're kind of, the voice of Canada, if you will. And Donald Trump was the number 1 newsmaker. Our very own prime minister was like number 3 on the list. And I was just like, seriously? Wow. But I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it's hard. It's hard to be Canadian and kind of, because we're so close to the American situation, and at the same time, it can't really speak to it necessarily because it's not ours. It's different country. It's, I am not in Calgary. I'm in British Columbia. Calgary is in Alberta. It's this province right next to me, but no, I'm not there. I have been there many times though. I'm not near Banff either. That's in Alberta too, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's right across the BC border. Even I get confused. I think that's Alberta. Yeah, that's Alberta too. Of course it is. Duh. Even here, it's not a fun topic. Yeah, I know. It's hard. It's really hard because, like, because you don't want to be like rude or whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't know if this is felt by others or if it's just me, because I'm an overthinker, overanalyzer. It could entirely be just me, but I don't like to just have a big hot take about something, especially something to do with politics, just because I don't think I'm informed enough. And I feel like there is so much noise, especially in the American scene. There's a lot of noise going on, and some of it's really good noise, some of it's really not good noise, and unfortunately there's very little moderate noise that makes any kind of sense. A lot of it is just, whoa, hold on, things have gone completely sideways, but I'm not allowed to comment on it because I don't live there and I'm not a citizen. So your sister lived in Calgary. Yeah, Golden isn't terribly far from here. It's a distance because everything is a distance in this country. Everything is far away. But yeah, Golden is relatively close to here. My hot take might offend me. Well, it might. No, it's just that, it's so personal. Like, in the before time, I'm talking pre-2016 times, it was so much easier to just understand. Even in the Canadian scene, we'll forget about the American stuff. Like, it was fine to be on the left-leaning side, like in Canada, what we would say, like, call like NDP or liberal, that kind of leaning. as opposed to the conservative side, which in American terms would be Republican, right? Um, we could still talk to each other and it would make sense. Even if we didn't agree on policy or, what to do about a particular situation. But now it's kind of like, I don't think I can trust anything that you say at all, in these current times. And regardless of what side of the spectrum you're on or where you are in the spectrum, like, very much have to be guarded about what you say, which is weird, a weird feeling. Just because, yeah, it felt like you could talk to anybody at one time, and now it's kind of alarming when you find out if somebody supports one side or another side or is really staunch about one thing or another. Like, it can really change your opinion of somebody, even when you try not to be judgmental. Like I do, I try to just, okay, if you're conservative, that's cool. If you're not conservative, that's cool. But sometimes nowadays I'm just like, that's not cool, and I can't have you in my life because that's not cool. You're endorsing bad things. I don't like it. Let's see. I see there's lots of hugs going on in the comments. That's nice. I like fostering hugs. Yeah, it feels more divided than ever. Yeah, for sure. I think it's easier, I should say, to lose humanity in these kind of moments. Whereas before it was kind of easier, even if somebody was, a staunch conservative, you could still sort of figure out and parse out the humanity in them. And you didn't get stuck on the, oh my God, you're just interested in cutting all of the important programs that people need in order to benefit yourself and your friends who are already plenty wealthy. Like, now that's where you stop, and then that person stops being a person. Now they're just out to mess people up or support those who are interested in, taking away from programs that we need, quite honestly. Lots of hugs. Yeah, hugs are better than smugs. That's true. Well, yeah, the sky being purple when you know it's blue, it's the times that we're in, right? Like, I think it was President Obama who talked about how, yeah, it was different back in the old days when you had, like, in the US, when you had the three kind of cable news networks and you watched, Walter Cronkite and, people like that, people who you trusted, compared to now where there's so much other influence coming in from different areas of the internet and life in general. So it's really hard. Like, I find I don't trust anything. Like, even here in this country, like, I don't just blindly trust CBC anymore the way I would have at one time, just because of everything that has transpired. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. I think I would probably research this more, if it's that important to me, before making a judgment, because I'm aware that it happens on either side of the coin, where somebody will be trying to say the sky is this color. I might see with my own eyes that it's different, but why are you telling me that it's purple? What's making you do that? I need to go research why. So it's good slash bad. It means people have to do more thinking for themselves, which is good, but I appreciate that not everybody wants to do that, so. There's so much loveliness going on in the comments. That's nice. That's good. So many happy faces and kissy faces and emojis of foxes. Um, I mean, in an ideal world, it would be probably the better job occupation for me, because it's easy to sit and make content. At least for me it is. So I wouldn't mind doing that. At the same time, it's a double-edged sword because the internet is crazy. So so it's kind of freaky to find out where your content might end up. But I realize that's just the way of the world too. So yes, and also yes, with a bit of reticence attached to it. Success will kill me. No. Yeah, and that wanting to be cautious is why I've kind of not gotten into political commentary or anything like that, because I'm just like, no. That seems like it would be way too fraught. Like it would be too much of a roller coaster of good days, terrible days, like watching other people who are political commentators. There's, a few that are American, like David Pakman or Jesse Dollimore or Farron Cousins, or who else? There's lots of, there's lots of channels like that now. Luke Beasley, that's another one. And the things that people say to them and threaten to do to them because they are commentators, it's just like, I could not live that way. 'Cause yeah. Yeah, this has been a nice way to kind of get feedback from people. It's what I was hoping when I proposed going live today. Originally, was hoping to have this kind of back and forth so that you could ask me what popped into your minds and I could think on it quickly and, generate some ideas. Spitballing, I guess, would be the shorter version of saying that. Man, I'm long-winded sometimes. Yeah, I'm getting the impression my hopes are being manifested. No, it's good. It's good. It's been good so far. Not gonna complain. I still find it remarkable that the video that got popular was about being alone at Christmas, of all things. I did not expect that video to become popular. I just uploaded it like I uploaded any of my other videos before. I thought even that I made kind of I thought I was being too quick when I made my thumbnail for that video, because I was like, I'm not even gonna take the background out. I'm just gonna put a big thing over top of the background with the text on top of it because I'm lazy. So I thought, people are probably not gonna view this video or click on it, but there you go. Random weirdness. That's all I can say. Oh, you liked my excited video about the oh, that cup. It's because I really like a good cup. I'm a sucker for good cups. Well, I have to say that I gotta go to the bathroom. I've been sitting here needing to go to the bathroom for like a while. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'll be right back because I'm gonna explode and I don't want to do that. There. Okay. Now I can sit still again. Yay. Is this the end? No. I just had to go quickly. That's funny. Well, I hope that, Christmas has been a little bit more entertaining as a result of my being here for as long as I have. I'm still kind of blown away that people are still around listening to me. I thought, they'll come for a half an hour tops. But here we are. Is that one of the pipe's portal doors? Oh, do you mean that blue thing right over there? This? I don't have an image of the Pope anywhere that I know of. That's a lie. I actually have an old now image of John Paul II that was a marriage like big certificate that my grandparents had. The Pope is opening 5 portal doors. Interesting. Ah, the door behind me. Okay. I when you said portal, I immediately thought of like porthole, like a round. That's why I was like the embroidery hoop that's right there. That's you could make that into a door or a portal of some kind if you want. No, I've never been to New York. The only place I've been to in the States is it's pretty hilarious. Sumas, Washington, uh, and Bellingham, Washington. That's it. I've never been anyplace else in the US. So, and I've only been to those 2 places because I had like a couple of events to go and do, and the border for Washington State is really not very far away. But those are the close to the border. Am I in the Midwest? No, I'm not. I'm in Western Canada. Yeah, it was interesting to go to Bellingham. I went there a long, long time ago for a hairdressing show. And I still have some of the things I bought there. And this would have been like 1999. So it's been a while. Is it mainly farmland? Oh, like where I am? No, there's not a lot of, there's some ranching here in this particular area of BC. There's a bit of ranching because it's drier here. There's more fruit farming and stuff. If you go a little bit further south, they do all kinds of, there's like heaps of wineries down there where my dad lives in closer to the Kootenays of BC. They grow grapes. There are so many wineries. It's like the industry now around there. It's crazy. A band tour bus. Oh my God. I can only imagine the stories. You're from Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota isn't far from Canada, but it is closer to like the prairie province. I think Manitoba would probably be close to you, and probably Ontario, but they're very far away from here. That's for sure. Yeah, Seattle isn't very far away either from here, but I've never been there uh, for some reason. I don't know why, but it is totally achievable. It's not terribly far. Could drive. Yeah, I myself have only been to Toronto 2 or 3 times, and it was because I was changing airplanes. Like I've not spent any real time there, which is common of a lot of places, and apparently. I'm like, oh yeah, I was there to change planes once. Yeah, Alberta is so different from BC, And Calgary is far enough south in Alberta where you see a little bit of like foothills, but that's it. Otherwise, it's super flat. When I was a kid, in my very formative years, I lived in Edmonton, or just a little bit further out of Edmonton, which is a few hours north from Calgary. So I have some experience with Alberta. And yeah, it's so flat there. It's crazy. So that's why they can grow, yeah, well, there's lots of wheat for sure. And cattle ranching. Wow, there's a real love fest going on here. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, super flat in places like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, but here in BC we got the mountains, lots of trees. We got your lumber. We do. Yup, them thar hills indeed. There's lots and lots of them. In fact, so many, lots of people from Alberta like to come to BC to snowmobile and ski and snowboard, and all of those winter sports are very popular with Albertans. They come here and they do all that because they want their own hills, but they can't make hills, so they gotta come to ours. um, I don't know. I have, like I was saying, I haven't spent a lot of time in Toronto, so I couldn't tell you if it's any better or any worse or anything really than Vancouver. Um, I've spent more time in Vancouver than Toronto by a long shot. There's good areas and bad areas, like any city. Um, I like Vancouver in small doses, but I'm not a big city kind of person as a rule. So, you know, yeah, there's certainly very pretty parts of Vancouver, as I'm sure there's really cool parts of Toronto too that I've never seen. Yeah, yeah, in places like Golden, they do that the places where you would ski or snowmobile, yeah, people bike when there's no snow. I learned that recently too. I didn't know that was a thing, but it is. People do that. Um, Not me. I've never done such a thing. Knowing me, I would probably get like destroyed out there. Something would happen. I have the worst luck with that kind of stuff. Have I seen drones? No, I have not. Not that I'm really looking, but I don't usually see much in the sky other than birds, and that's about all, because the only airport around here is just a little airstrip. So once in a while you might see a small private plane. There's more air traffic a little, like 45 minutes from here where the airport, there is an international airport, but it's a ways from here. I don't do much venturing anymore because I don't have a car anymore. So it's hard to do that sort of thing. But that's okay. I don't mind. We live in a world where you can get anything delivered to your door. So what happened to it? My ex-husband has it. He uses it. We only had one. Could never afford two. So he needs it more than I do because I live right in the middle of town. So I can walk pretty much everywhere I need to go for my day-to-day necessities. Yeah, I live in the like right across, like kitty corner to a bus exchange, so I can get to that with no hassle at all, which is pretty lucky. um, but the transit system here is pretty limited as it's a small city. There's, I think last I heard, there's about 40,000 people here. It's pretty small, so we don't have an elaborate transit situation at all. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had access to the car. It's kind of a bummer because there are things I wouldn't mind going and doing that having access to a car would just make it that much quicker and easier, instead of needing to figure out logistics on how to get there. Yeah, I suppose I could get like a Vespa or something. I've thought about getting like an e-bike or something like that, but even those are like $1,500. Um, which is kind of mind blowing. I realize there's like mail-in rebates and stuff for some of them sometimes, but that's still kind of a chunk of change. I'm like, I could potentially get a beater car for that amount of money. I don't know. That's why I haven't done anything about it. Well, thank you, Eternal Spark. I have a good spirit. That's nice to hear. I haven't cooked anything because it's only just now 20 to 6, so I haven't done anything, but I have my butter out and my eggs are out so that I can make cookies. That's my big ambition for the day. Yeah, exactly. Like you say, Erin. I'm fine with, yeah, needing the bus and walking around. That's okay. And yeah, I appreciate that I couldn't live this way without a car if we didn't have stuff like Amazon. If we didn't have, couriers and stuff like that to deliver and grocery delivery and things like that. If those things didn't exist, then it would be so much harder. But since I'm just myself, it's not too hard for me to go to the grocery store. I have to go every few days so that when I go, I only need to buy a few things at a time and I can carry it all home with me. When I need more heavy stuff and kind of more quantity of stuff, like then I will buy large quantities of flour and sugar and things like that and get it delivered from the grocery store. But even that, it's a $10 fee. It's expensive, but it gets delivered to me, so it's worth the fee once in a while. Merry Christmas! Take things easy with larger purchases. Oh yeah, I'm not in the market for making any large purchases at the moment. I'm happy to just keep going as I am. No great big ambitions yet, but it would be nice to, yeah, that's kind of my one big purchase that I wouldn't mind doing before too long, just so that I would have more mobility. That would be good. It's actually another reason why I wanted to make more content and develop an audience that way, is so that I could not be tethered to a particular location for work. You know, like you can move around. It doesn't matter where you're making content from, which would be nice. Be able to move around and, you know, see more things, right? Oh yeah, of course. I drove. I drove more than my husband did when I was married. He used to get into accidents. So he was in a couple of pretty nasty ones. So I kind of was the driver of the family for quite a while. Yeah, yeah, I was raised in a pretty traditional fashion, so, you know, it was my husband who took care of all of that, of, you know, a car and having a career and all that good stuff. And I didn't, you know, cause gender roles, you know, yay. I don't advocate for those, but there you are. That's what happened. I don't mind driving. Like it's not a problem for me. I just haven't in such a long time. It would be kind of an interesting feeling to get behind the wheel again because I haven't driven probably in close to a year. I haven't operated a car. Very interesting. Yeah, yeah, there's lots of people here for some interesting reason. But thank you, Penny Packer. Yeah, I hope you have a good holiday too. Is gas very expensive here? Oh my goodness. I haven't had to buy gas in a long time because the last car that I had with my husband is electric. So I haven't had to buy gas in a while. Last I saw, now we go by liters. So 1 liter is, I think, less than half a gallon, I think. Because when I hear American gas prices, I'm like, oh yeah, it's so expensive sounding because a gallon is so much more than a liter. Um, but last I checked, gas here was $1.61.9 per liter. But I can't remember what a liter equates to in imperial off the top of my head. Yeah, I imagine the transportation system is a lot more elaborate where you are, Foxy, probably in the UK. They seem to have their public transportation in hand, which is great. That's really cool. Like the tube and stuff like that in London, it just looks so sophisticated compared to what I've seen. Even in Vancouver, which is, you know, a real city of international acclaim, even the SkyTrain there is kind of basic looking compared. But all right, bye, Penny Packer. See you later. Yeah, okay, 1 gallon, 3.78 liters. Yeah, like I knew it was more than 2 liters, but I wasn't sure how much. You know, there's random weird conversions that I do know off the top of my head. Like, it's weird being Canadian when it comes to measurements because we are a weird combination of imperial and metric. We don't just do metric. It probably seems like it, but we don't. Like there's lots of imperial stuff that we do, like weight. When you go to get weighed, it's in pounds. When you get measured for height, it's in imperial, like it's in feet. Um, But if we're talking about how fast your car is going, then it's kilometers, not miles. It's weird. Super weird. I don't know why. It's like that, like pick one or the other, you guys. Although as far as I know in England it's the same way. They go with miles when it comes to speed and distance too, if I'm not mistaken. But they do other imperial or metric over there too. Like it's a weird mix. It's odd. We need to just pick one. Hmm. Yeah, I just remember learning about the difference in how we measure things because when I was a kid in Europe, um, because my family over there is in Italy, right? They do everything is metric. So I remember being asked how tall I was, and I remember trying to describe my height and like translating the word feet and inches and trying to get the point, and they were just like, "What are you talking about your feet for?" Like they thought I was just like completely insane. And I was like, "No, but that's how you say it where I come from." And they're like, "No, no." So they actually got out like a meter stick and they like measured me that way. And I was like, "Oh, it's because you do it that way. Got it." I think I'm like a meter and a half or something. I don't remember anymore. It's been too long. I don't work at home at the moment. It would be nice though. That would make not having a car extra great. Right now, I have to take the bus into work in the evening. I have to catch the last bus out to where I work. And because I finish work at like 3:30 in the morning, there's no transit service. So I have to call a taxi to come home, which I would rather not do, but it's the only way at the moment. Oh, minutes, not miles. Yeah, I've done that too. I don't think that's terribly uncommon. Like, just to give a sense of how far something is, like the next urban center to here is, that's 45 minutes from here, and you'll be in the center, the next city over. Um, although that distance in minutes needs to change over the years because there's always more and more traffic, and therefore it takes longer and longer to get anywhere. Last bus to Bakersville. Nice. Last bus to Goldstream. Yeah, poetry collection. I've thought about doing that, but I haven't gotten around to it. Most of the people I know who are publishing their work in full collections is as a result of doing their masters, which is usually a manuscript finishing program. I only did a bachelor's, so so I didn't get a full master's. Yeah, time of day definitely impacts matters. It's true. I have spent that 45-minute drive takes an hour sometimes, depending on the time of day. No, you're not wrong. Hmm. I'm just thinking about how I can reconfigure this thing because my phone is going to run out of juice pretty quick. Pretty sure it's gonna tell me I've got like 10% anytime here. No, I don't have any pets, but that's not by choice. That's a building rule. Otherwise, I would have at least 2 cats, for sure, because I always like cats. You're a landscape architect. Wow. That is something I know absolutely nothing about. That's amazing. Very cool. I respect anybody who can make sense of like anything to do with gardening or plants or trees or anything. Like, I don't know anything about it. It's crazy. All right, have a good night, Eternal Spark. Informal bus substantive. I do have weird thoughts when I'm on the bus, I must say. Just kind of because I'm not driving, my mind can really wander and contemplate anything. That was actually something I really enjoyed about my university years was I did use the bus a lot. Because paying for parking at the university is a fortune. I imagine it's even worse now, but even it was bad back in those days too. And so taking the bus was kind of a nice time to just chill, catch up on reading if I had to, because I was running behind on my reading. Okay, Erin, have a good rest of your night. See you later. Yeah, 2 cats is a nice number. 3 is tricky if you're trying to find a place to live. A lot of places here are fine with 1 or 2 cats, but not 3. I learned that the hard way because we had 3. And a lot of places are like, no, 3 is too many, but 2's not too many. What's the difference? I don't know. Yeah, the bus is a nice alternative because it does give you that break mentally from driving, like that you can't obviously take when you're driving. Oh, you wrote a screenplay? That's cool. I've never written a screenplay. Not a real one. I did in like an introductory playwriting course in my program a very, very long time ago. But it was a very short, like 1 act kind of play. I didn't go into that stream in writing. Yeah, animal rules are interesting because they're not very easily enforced. It's weird. But there seems to be a real thing about cats. I remember being interviewed for this space and just being annoyed and kind of blurting it out without thinking too much. I was like, well, do you live in the building? Because the owners were like, well, we can't have cats here. And I said, oh, how come? And they said, oh, we're deathly allergic. So I was like, do you live here? Because I knew that they don't. But I was being a smarty because I was like, well, if you lived here, I would understand it and have more sympathy for you. But you don't. You live somewhere way, way, way nicer because you're living off of our avails, you know? Just saying you could let us have a cat if we wanted to. But hey, you know, not gonna complain. It's a place that I can actually afford. So that's something that's worth noting. Yeah, 2 is good. I love them too. I love all cats. It's so hard to have no cats after having had cats for all my life. To go from that to none is just like the worst, especially because of the era we're living in where everybody is constantly like, look at this picture of my cat on Facebook or Instagram. And I'm just like, I don't have any cat pictures to share. And I'm so sad. All right, my phone's at 10%. We're running low. Animal rules. Yeah, makes me think of Animal Farm. Animal rules. Yep, it's expensive everywhere. Quite honestly, here there's a problem with housing costs because we live in a area prone to forest fire. So every summer when the forest fires happen, people lose their homes and need to be evacuated sometimes because the air quality is so poor. Even if their home isn't destroyed, they have to leave. And some pretty greedy and gross people in these parts are like, ooh, I have a spare room in my basement that's like the size of a postage stamp. I'm gonna charge $800 for it. It happens. It's pretty awful, quite honestly. So when I found an apartment, a proper apartment like this one, and it was available and it was a decent price, I was like, okay, my compromise is I don't have a bathtub anymore, I only have a shower, and I can't have cats. Those are 2 things I really miss, but I'm not living in a shoebox in the bottom of someone's basement somewhere. So I'll take it. They possibly want to move back in the future. Oh, you mean the landlords? Maybe, although I don't think they would want to live here because this is an old commercial building. Most of their revenue comes from the businesses downstairs. They're basically footing the bill, I would say, for the actual cost of this place. We're just the gravy on top. Quite literally. Yeah, it's probably time to start winding down. Low battery. Oh, I'm not in a big city. I'm in a pretty small city in the BC Okanagan, John. A million cats it is, yeah. I just love having them around. I've often thought about finding a local like shelter or something like that just so I could be around some animals because I do like them and quite miss having them to hang around with and talk to and stuff. Well, I think I will take Foxy's cue here and start to probably say my goodbyes here because my phone is gonna kick the bucket pretty soon and need some serious charging time. But it's been, wow, 240 minutes right now on the nose. That's a long time. And I only needed 1 bathroom break. Look at that. Crazy. Oh, well, thanks so much, everybody, for sticking around. And yeah, uh, if you're into it, please do. You can leave a comment here or on another video or whatever about future lives or thoughts about content ideas. If you want a book series or something like that, like I like that kind of thing where you get to do little bits of stuff. That's rather than just being a book channel or a crafting channel or whatever. Rather than doing that really tight niching, I don't want to do that because it's too corseting, and then I don't want to do it because now I'm obligated and I have to do this one thing. I don't want to. That's just me. It's a personality thing, I think. So a series of, once a week we talk about, a particular book or whatever. That would be totally okay with me. I'm game for that sort of thing. So if you've got thoughts on that matter, then do let me know. And Merry Christmas, Rangers baseball. Yes, John, I am near the West Coast. That's where I spent most of my life, was in the Vancouver and Vancouver Island area. Now I'm in the Okanagan, which is further east and further up north. So it's different. Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody, and it was nice to meet you all and talk to you in real time. And hopefully it was sort of entertaining. I got a little bit of painting done, just a little bit, which is fine. I didn't have any serious plans, so it's not an issue. Yeah, I'm no longer near the ocean, because here we're too far inland. We have big lakes, though, here in the Okanagan. The lakes here are huge. They feel like ocean big. They're pretty big. So it's similar, but not the same. But I did live on the Pacific for a very long time. So, with that all being said, I hope everybody had a good Christmas, or maybe their Christmas was mildly improved a little by being here. That was the main intention. So if I made that happen, I'm really pleased. So I guess that's that. I'll see you next time and we will talk more. Bye!